Welcome in, fellow Potterheads. Tonight, beneath the starry ceiling of the Great Hall, we will be going over magical tales from the wizarding world to guide you gently into the realm of dreams. Before we disappear behind the veil of dreams, take a moment to cast your support spell, tap the like button, and join our magical community by subscribing. Also, I'm curious what time it is in your corner of the wizarding world. Whether you're watching from California, Hogsmeade, or London, share your location in the comments below. Your participation will be greatly appreciated and helps our magical community grow stronger. Now, the time for incantations has passed. Dim your lights, find your most comfortable position, and prepare to be transported to the world of witchcraft and wizardry as we begin tonight's magical tales. Chapter 1. The Heart of Magical Jungles. Long before the first stone of Hogwarts was laid, long before wizards gathered in orderly cities and towns, magic flowed wild and untamed through the dense, verdant hearts of the world's great jungles. These ancient forests, where sunlight filters through countless layers of emerald leaves and vines twist in impossible spirals toward the canopy above, hold secrets that even the most learned magical scholars have only begun to understand. Imagine yourself standing at the edge of such a place, where the familiar world gives way to something far older and more mysterious. The air itself seems to shimmer with concentrated magical energy, thick as the humidity that clings to your skin. Every breath you take carries the essence of countless magical plants, their combined power creating an atmosphere so saturated with enchantment that even Muggle visitors often report strange dreams and inexplicable sensations during their brief stays at the jungle's periphery. The magical properties of jungle environments differ fundamentally from those found in temperate forests or mountainous regions, where other magical ecosystems might channel energy in predictable patterns. Jungle magic flows like the mighty rivers that carve through these green labyrinths, powerful, ever-changing, and following ancient courses that seem to shift with each passing season. The very density of plant life creates a kind of magical resonance, where thousands of species work in harmony to amplify and focus mystical energies in ways that wizards are still striving to comprehend. As you venture deeper into this emerald world, you begin to understand why the earliest magical communities chose to make their homes in such places. The jungle provides not merely shelter, but partnership. Every vine that curls around your wrist seems to pulse with gentle warmth. Every flower that blooms in impossible colors whispers secrets in languages older than human speech. The very ground beneath your feet thrums with life force, so intense that sensitive witches and wizards often report feeling overwhelmed during their first encounters with true jungle magic. Consider the unique way that spells behave in these environments. A simple lumos charm, which might provide steady illumination in a castle corridor, takes on an entirely different character when cast beneath the jungle canopy. The light seems to dance and flicker, picking up the natural bioluminescence of magical fungi and reflecting off the dewdrops that cling to spider webs strung between enormous leaves. The illumination spreads through the thick air like water through cloth, creating an ethereal glow that can be seen from remarkable distances, as if the jungle itself is helping to carry the magic forward. Transfiguration magic, too, responds differently in these dense, living environments. The abundance of organic matter provides countless possibilities for magical transformation, but it also creates a kind of resistance, as if the jungle's own ancient magic pushes back against attempts to alter its fundamental nature. Skilled practitioners learn to work with this resistance rather than against it, discovering that their spells become more powerful and longer-lasting when they align with the natural magical currents that flow through these pristine ecosystems. The very concept of time seems altered in magical jungles. Days blend into nights in the perpetual green twilight beneath the canopy, where the sun's passage is marked not by direct light, but by the subtle shifting of shadows and the changing songs of invisible creatures. Magical timepieces often malfunction in such environments, their mechanisms confused by the temporal distortions that occur where magic runs so thick and wild. Many jungle-dwelling witches and wizards Learn to measure time by the blooming cycles of magical flowers or the migration patterns of enchanted butterflies whose wings shimmer with colors that exist nowhere else in the natural world. Water magic finds particular potency in jungle environments, where moisture hangs constantly in the air and flows in countless streams, rivers, and hidden pools. A simple aguamenti spell becomes almost unnecessary when the very atmosphere provides an endless supply of pure, magically charged water that can be coaxed from the air with minimal effort. Healing potions brewed with jungle-sourced water often prove more effective than their counterparts created in drier climates, though the reasons for this enhancement remain a subject of ongoing magical research. The relationship between magical creatures and jungle environments reveals another layer of complexity in understanding these ecosystems. Creatures that might seem ordinary in other settings often display remarkable abilities when living within magical jungle boundaries. Parrots develop the capacity for true prophetic speech, their colorful warnings becoming valued sources of divination for those wise enough to interpret their meanings. Monkeys learn to manipulate simple magical objects, using their cleverness to activate enchanted items, and sometimes even casting rudimentary spells through pure imitation of human wizards they observe. As twilight descends over the jungle, and you find yourself settling into a comfortable clearing where magical fireflies provide a gentle pulsing light, you become aware of the profound silence that settles over these ancient places. It is not the empty silence of an abandoned building, but rather the full, rich quiet of a world listening to itself breathe. In this stillness, you can almost hear the slow growth of massive trees whose trunks would dwarf even the Great Hall of Hogwarts. Feel the patient unfurling of leaves that might live for centuries, and sense the deep, abiding magic that has flowed through these places since the world was young. The preservation of magical jungle environments has become increasingly important as the modern wizarding world expands and develops. These ecosystems serve as living libraries of magical knowledge, their every plant and creature holding secrets that could advance our understanding of magic itself. Young witches and wizards who spend time studying in jungle environments often return with perspectives on magic that profoundly alter their later contributions to magical society, as if the jungle's ancient wisdom has left permanent marks upon their understanding of what magic can accomplish when it flows in perfect harmony with the natural world. The night sounds of a magical jungle create their own form of music, a symphony of chirps, calls, and rustling leaves that seems to follow patterns too complex and beautiful to be entirely natural. As you listen to this ethereal composition, you begin to understand that the jungle is not merely a place where magic happens to be strong. It is magic itself, given form and substance, breathing and growing, and reaching always toward greater harmony between the mystical and the natural. In these null moments before sleep, claims you in this magical sanctuary as the last of the fireflies dim and the jungle settles into its ancient rhythms of rest and renewal. You might find yourself pondering the deepest mystery of all. What profound truths about the nature of magic itself might reveal themselves to those patient enough to listen to the jungle's whispered lessons, and how might such knowledge transform our understanding of the magical world we thought we knew so well? Chapter 2. Ancient wizarding settlements in tropical regions. Ancient stone whispers echo through time, carrying tales of civilizations that flourished long before the modern wizarding world drew its first breath. Tonight, we journey to the forgotten settlements that once thrived in the heart of magical jungles, where ingenious witches and wizards learned to live in harmony with nature's most powerful enchantments. Picture yourself standing before the moss-covered ruins of Quetzalcoatl's Rest, a magnificent wizarding city that once sprawled across the canopy of what Muggles now call the Amazon Rainforest. Here, centuries before European wizards ever dreamed of Diagon Alley, entire communities lived suspended hundreds of feet above the jungle floor, their homes woven from living branches that grew according to architectural spells passed down through generations of tree speakers. The wizards of Quetzalcoatl's Rest understood something that would take centuries for other magical communities to learn, that the most powerful magic came not from imposing one's will upon nature, but from learning to dance with its rhythms. Their buildings grew rather than being constructed, shaped by patient charms that encouraged certain trees to intertwine their branches into bridges, platforms, and dwelling spaces that remained as strong as stone, yet flexible as the wind. Walking through what remains of these aerial neighborhoods, you can still see the ingenious water collection systems that these ancient wizards devised. Enormous leaves, magically enhanced to be both larger and more durable than their natural counterparts, were positioned to catch rainwater and channel it through hollow vines into storage pods grown from modified gourds. The entire settlement was designed to work with the jungle's natural water cycle, ensuring that even during the dry season, every family had access to fresh, magically purified water. The architectural marvels of jungle wizarding settlements extended far beyond mere practicality. In the ruins of Emerald Throne, hidden deep within what Muggles know as the Congo Basin, archaeologists have discovered evidence of buildings that could adjust their size and configuration based on the needs of their inhabitants. A small family dwelling might expand to accommodate visiting relatives, while communal spaces could contract during times when the population decreased due to seasonal migrations or other factors. These adaptive structures were made possible through a sophisticated understanding of what jungle wizards called growth magic, spells that worked in partnership with the natural expansion and contraction cycles of plant life. Rather than fighting against the jungle's tendency to grow, spread, and change, these wizards learned to incorporate such changes into their very architecture. Buildings that might stand for centuries would slowly shift their positions, following the movement of the great trees that supported them, creating neighborhoods that remained stable in purpose while constantly evolving in form. The social structures of these ancient jungle communities reflected their deep connection to the natural world around them. Leadership often rotated based on seasonal changes, with different individuals taking charge during different times of the year, based on their particular magical affinities. The Keeper of the Rains might lead during monsoon season, while the Speaker of Dry Winds would guide the community through periods of drought. Imagine yourself participating in one of their council meetings, held on a platform woven from living vines high above the jungle floor. The discussion moves slowly, thoughtfully, with long pauses as participants listen to the whispers of the trees themselves. Decisions are not made through debate and argument, but through a process of careful observation and patience, waiting until the correct course of action reveals itself through the patterns of the natural world. The religious and spiritual practices of jungle wizarding settlements were inseparable from their daily magical life. Rather than worshipping distant deities, these communities saw magic as a living force that flowed through every leaf, every drop of rain, every breath of wind that moved through the canopy. Their temples were not separate buildings but integrated spaces within the living architecture of their tree cities, where the boundary between worship and daily life dissolved entirely. Archaeological evidence suggests that these communities possessed magical knowledge that modern wizards are only beginning to rediscover. Healing practices that used the combined magical properties of dozens of jungle plants, weather magic that could coax rain from clear skies, or calm the most violent storms, and communication spells that allowed instant contact across vast distances through networks of interconnected root systems that spanned entire continents. The preservation of food in tropical climates presented unique challenges that jungle wizards solved through ingenious magical innovations. Rather than relying on ice or cold storage, they developed preservation charms that worked by accelerating and then halting the natural drying processes of various foods. Fruits could be kept fresh for months by placing them in a state of magical suspended animation, while meats were preserved through smoking processes enhanced by aromatic magical herbs that prevented spoilage while adding complex flavors. Trade between jungle settlements followed the natural highways of rivers and canopy paths, with merchants traveling in boats carved from single massive trees and enhanced with charms that made them lighter than cork yet stronger than iron. These vessels could navigate the shallowest streams during dry season and ride safely through the most turbulent rapids when the rains came, their magical modifications allowing them to adapt to changing water conditions with remarkable grace. The educational systems of these communities emphasized practical magic integrated with deep natural wisdom. Children learned to cast their first spells by working with plants and animals, developing an intuitive understanding of magical cooperation rather than dominance. By the time they reached adulthood, young jungle wizards possessed magical abilities that were both powerful and harmonious, capable of achieving remarkable effects while maintaining perfect balance with their environment. The decline of these ancient settlements remains one of the great mysteries of magical history. Some scholars believe that climate changes disrupted the delicate magical balances upon which these communities depended. Others suggest that contact with more aggressive magical cultures led to conflicts that these peaceful societies were unprepared to handle. A few romantic theorists propose that these communities never truly disappeared, but simply learned to hide themselves so effectively that they remain invisible to modern magical detection. As you sit quietly in the ruins of these once great cities, listening to the night sounds of the jungle that has reclaimed them, you can almost hear the echoes of voices speaking in long-forgotten magical languages, sense the residual energy of spells cast with wisdom we are still struggling to understand. The moss-covered stones seem to pulse with remembered life, holding within their substance the dreams and aspirations of civilizations that knew secrets the modern wizarding world has yet to rediscover. The legacy of these ancient jungle settlements continues to influence magical thinking in subtle but profound ways. Every time a modern witch or wizard chooses cooperation over conquest, patience over haste, or harmony over dominance, they echo the wisdom of these forgotten communities. Their example reminds us that magic at its most powerful is not about bending the world to our will, but about finding our place within the great web of interconnected life that surrounds us all. In the gentle darkness that settles over these ancient places, as fireflies begin their nightly dance, and the jungle prepares for another cycle of rest and renewal, you might find yourself wondering what lost magical knowledge lies buried beneath centuries of overgrowth, waiting for patient archaeologists to uncover its secrets, and what might such discoveries teach us about living in harmony with the natural magic that flows through our world. Chapter 3. Magical Flora of the Jungle Canopy. High above the jungle floor, where sunlight dances through an endless cathedral of leaves, exists a garden unlike any other in the magical world. Here, suspended between earth and sky, grows the most extraordinary collection of magical plants our world has ever known, each species perfectly adapted to life in the swaying, ever-changing realm of the jungle canopy. Imagine yourself ascending slowly through the layers of this vertical garden, perhaps carried aloft by a gentle levitation charm, or climbing one of the massive strangler figs whose roots spiral around ancient trees like nature's own spiral staircase. As you rise through the understory and into the canopy proper, the entire character of the plant life around you transforms, revealing magical flora that exists nowhere else on Earth. The first plants to capture your attention as you reach the canopy level are the celestial orchids, magnificent flowers that bloom only in the highest branches where they can drink directly from both sunlight and starlight. These remarkable orchids possess the unusual property of changing color based on the phase of the moon, their petals shifting from deep midnight blue during the new moon to brilliant silver when the moon is full. Herbologists prize these flowers not only for their beauty, but for their use in brewing potions that enhance magical perception and divination abilities. Growing alongside the celestial orchids, you discover vast networks of what jungle wizards call whisper vines. These seemingly ordinary climbing plants possess an extraordinary magical property. They can carry spoken messages across vast distances, transmitting words from one end of their network to another with perfect clarity. A message whispered to a vine in one tree might emerge from a connected vine miles away, making these plants invaluable for communication in dense jungle environments, where traditional magical methods might be disrupted by the intense natural magic of the forest. The canopy gardens showcase an incredible diversity of magical fruits, many of which can only grow in the unique conditions found high above the jungle floor. Memory melons, for instance, are translucent fruits that grow in clusters like magical grapes, each one containing the preserved memories of the tree on which it grows. Eating a memory melon allows the consumer to experience flashes of the tree's long life, seeing the jungle as it appeared decades or even centuries ago through the plant's unique perspective. Equally fascinating are the phase fruits, magical specimens that exist in multiple states simultaneously until the moment they are picked. A single phase fruit might appear to be ripe, unripe, and flowering all at the same time, its magical nature allowing it to exist in several temporal states until observation or interaction forces it to choose a single reality. These fruits are highly prized by temporal magic researchers, though their study requires extreme caution due to their unpredictable effects on linear time. As you move deeper into the canopy, you encounter one of the most remarkable examples of magical plant cooperation, the symphony trees. These ancient giants have developed a form of musical magic, their leaves and branches producing harmonious sounds when the wind moves through them. But the magic goes deeper than mere music. The trees actually communicate with each other through these melodious sounds, sharing information about weather patterns, the presence of magical creatures, and even the emotional states of the humans or animals that shelter beneath their branches. The epiphytes that grow on the symphony trees are equally extraordinary. Mood moss changes color to reflect the emotional atmosphere of its surroundings, creating a living barometer of the forest's psychological climate. During times of peace and harmony, the moss glows with soft greens and blues, while periods of tension or danger cause it to shift to warning yellows and reds. Sensitive witches and wizards often use patches of mood moss as early warning systems, alerting them to magical disturbances long before more conventional detection methods would register any change. Hanging gardens of sky lotus drift freely through the upper canopy, their roots never touching earth, but instead drawing nourishment directly from the magical energy that flows through the air. These floating flowers are constantly in motion, following invisible currents of magical force that carry them on slow journeys through their aerial realm. The nectar of sky lotus is said to grant temporary flight to those brave enough to sample it, though the effect lasts only as long as the person maintains a state of perfect mental equilibrium. Perhaps the most mysterious of all canopy plants are the mirror leaves, which grow only on trees that have stood for more than 1,000 years. These silvery foliage specimens possess the ability to reflect not just physical images, but memories, emotions, and even potential futures. Looking into a mirror leaf might show you your own reflection, or it might reveal glimpses of others who have gazed into the same leaf over the centuries, creating a visual timeline of the jungle's human visitors, stretching back through the ages. The predatory plants of the jungle canopy have evolved fascinating magical defenses and hunting strategies. Snap orchids appear to be beautiful, harmless flowers until something approaches too closely, at which point they reveal themselves to be carnivorous plants capable of catching and digesting small magical creatures. However, these plants have developed an unusual symbiotic relationship with certain species of magical butterflies, which are immune to the orchid's digestive enzymes and help pollinate the flowers in exchange for protection from larger predators. Climbing higher still, you reach the realm of the crown blooms, enormous flowers that grow only at the very tops of the tallest trees, where they can receive the maximum amount of sunlight. These magnificent specimens, some measuring more than 6 feet across, bloom only once every 7 years, and only during the night of the summer solstice. Their petals glow with an inner light that can be seen for miles, serving as beacons for magical creatures and waypoints for aerial travelers navigating the vast expanse of jungle canopy. The pollination systems of canopy plants have evolved to work with magical creatures rather than ordinary insects. Ruby-throated hummingbirds with feathers that shimmer with their own magical light serve as primary pollinators for many species, their supernatural speed allowing them to visit hundreds of flowers in a single day. These birds have developed the ability to see magical auras around plants, helping them identify which flowers are ready for pollination and which contain the richest sources of magical nectar. Seed dispersal in the magical canopy follows equally extraordinary patterns. Some plants produce seeds that float on currents of magical energy, rather than wind, allowing them to travel vast distances before settling in suitable growing locations. Others have formed partnerships with teleporting creatures, their seeds designed to stick to the fur or feathers of magical beings that can instantly transport them to new territories, hundreds or even thousands of miles away. The seasonal cycles of canopy flora follow patterns that often seem to defy normal botanical logic. Some species bloom in response to magical events rather than seasonal changes, their flowering triggered by everything from the migration of magical creatures to fluctuations in the local magical field strength. Others have learned to anticipate weather patterns weeks or months in advance, beginning their seasonal preparations long before any physical signs of changing conditions become apparent to human observers. As twilight settles over the canopy, and you find yourself cradled in a hammock woven from living vines, surrounded by flowers that glow softly in the gathering darkness, you become aware of the profound interconnectedness that defines this aerial garden. Every plant depends on dozens of others for survival, creating networks of mutual support and cooperation that span the entire canopy ecosystem. The gentle night breeze carries with it the mingled fragrances of hundreds of different magical flowers, creating a perfume so complex and beautiful that it seems to tell the story of the jungle's entire evolutionary history in a single breath. Phosphorescent fungi begin to glow along the tree trunks, providing just enough light to reveal the endless varieties of magical plants that continue their quiet work of growth and magic-making, even as the rest of the world settles into sleep. In this peaceful moment, surrounded by some of the most extraordinary magical plants on Earth, you might find yourself contemplating the mysteries that still await discovery in these elevated gardens. What secrets do the oldest trees hold in their heartwood? What magical properties remain undiscovered in species that bloom only once in a lifetime? And how might understanding these remarkable plants change our fundamental understanding of the relationship between magic and the natural world? Chapter 4. Creatures of the Magical Rainforest. In the emerald depths where ancient magic pulses through every shadow and shaft of filtered sunlight, extraordinary creatures make their homes among the twisted roots and soaring branches of the world's most enchanted forests. Tonight, we venture into the hidden realm of these magical beings, whose very existence transforms the jungle into a living tapestry of wonder and mystery. Picture yourself moving silently along a narrow game trail, your footsteps muffled by the thick carpet of decomposing leaves that releases tiny sparks of bioluminescent magic with each step. The air around you thrums with the constant presence of unseen life, and you begin to understand that in a magical rainforest, the boundary between the mundane and the miraculous dissolves entirely. The first creatures to reveal themselves are often the most subtle. Prism butterflies flutter past on wings that seem to be made of living stained glass, each wingbeat creating brief rainbows in the humid air. These delicate beings possess the remarkable ability to become completely invisible when they fold their wings, their bodies disappearing so completely that only the faint shimmer of displaced air reveals their presence. Local shamans believe that prism butterflies carry messages between the physical and spiritual worlds, their rainbow trails marking the paths that souls take when traveling between different planes of existence. High in the canopy above, you catch glimpses of the legendary jade monkeys, primates whose fur has been transformed by centuries of exposure to concentrated jungle magic into something resembling living emerald. These intelligent creatures have developed rudimentary spellcasting abilities, using simple charms to help them navigate the complex three-dimensional maze of the canopy. They communicate through a combination of vocal calls and color changes in their magical fur, creating a sophisticated language that researchers are still struggling to fully understand. As you pause beside a crystal-clear stream that winds through the jungle floor, you notice movement in the water that defies normal aquatic behavior. Shadowfish swim not just through the water, but through the shadows cast by overhanging branches, moving seamlessly between the liquid and the darkness, as if both were equally navigable mediums. These ethereal creatures feed on reflected moonlight and the dreams of sleeping animals, their translucent bodies glowing with a soft phosphorescence that provides the only clue to their presence in the darker waters. The predators of the magical rainforest have evolved hunting strategies that blend natural instinct with supernatural ability. Mist leopards, whose spotted coats can transform into actual fog at will, use their shape-shifting abilities to become nearly undetectable as they stalk their prey through the undergrowth. When hunting, these magnificent cats can disperse their physical forms across hundreds of cubic yards of mist, reforming only at the moment of attack with devastating effectiveness. Even more elusive are the whisper serpents, snakes whose scales have developed the ability to absorb and replicate any sound they encounter. These remarkable reptiles can mimic the calls of birds, the rustle of leaves, or even human voices with perfect accuracy, using their vocal abilities to lure prey into carefully prepared ambushes. The most ancient whisper serpents are said to have learned the languages of dozens of different species, becoming living libraries of jungle communication that can converse with any creature they encounter. The relationship between magical creatures and the jungle environment itself creates fascinating examples of evolutionary adaptation. Canopy sloths move so slowly that magical moss and tiny orchids actually grow on their fur, creating living gardens that provide both camouflage and a portable ecosystem. These symbiotic relationships benefit both the sloths, who gain additional protection from predators, and the plants, who receive transportation to new growing sites throughout the jungle. Among the most revered creatures of the magical rainforest are the dream tapirs, gentle giants whose powerful magical abilities allow them to walk through the dreams of sleeping creatures. These benevolent beings serve as the jungle's natural therapists, helping traumatized animals work through psychological wounds and ensuring that the mental health of the forest's inhabitants remains in balance. Their presence in an area is considered a sign of the jungle's spiritual well-being, and their disappearance often precedes environmental disasters or magical disturbances. The avian life of magical rainforests displays an extraordinary range of supernatural abilities. Echo parrots possess perfect acoustic memory, able to reproduce any sound they have ever heard with flawless precision. These remarkable birds serve as the jungle's living archives, preserving the voices of extinct species and maintaining oral traditions that stretch back thousands of years. Some echo parrots are known to recite ancient magical incantations in long-dead languages, their repetitions helping to maintain protective spells that were cast centuries ago. Hovering near the massive buttress roots of ancient trees, you might encounter lantern beetles, insects whose bioluminescent abdomens can produce light in any color of the visible spectrum, and several beyond normal human perception. These living lights serve multiple functions in the jungle ecosystem, from providing illumination for nocturnal plant pollination to creating complex light-based communication networks that span the entire forest. During mating season, thousands of lantern beetles coordinate their displays to create magnificent light shows that can be seen from space. The amphibians of magical rainforests have developed some of the most unusual magical abilities in the animal kingdom. Phase frogs can shift between different states of matter at will, becoming gaseous to escape predators or liquid to flow through impossibly small spaces. Their tadpoles develop in pools of collected rainwater that float freely through the air, suspended by the same magical forces that allow their parents to exist in multiple physical states simultaneously. Underground, the jungle's soil teems with magical invertebrates that play crucial roles in maintaining the forest's supernatural ecosystem. Earth singers are enormous earthworms, whose movements through the soil create subsonic vibrations that help regulate plant growth and magical energy flow throughout the forest. These creatures can live for centuries, their patient work creating the rich, magically charged soil that supports the jungle's incredible biodiversity. The nocturnal creatures of the magical rainforest become active as darkness falls, revealing an entirely different cast of characters that emerges only when the sun disappears. Night gliders, bat-like creatures with wings that shimmer with star patterns, navigate using echolocation, enhanced with precognitive abilities that allow them to see several seconds into the future. This temporal advantage makes them nearly impossible to catch and extraordinarily effective hunters. Among the most mysterious of all jungle creatures are the forest spirits, beings that exist on the borderline between animal and elemental force. These entities appear as shifting columns of mist and light that move through the jungle with purpose and intelligence, but their exact nature remains unknown to modern magical researchers. Some theories suggest they are the collective consciousness of the forest itself made manifest, while others propose they are ancient magical creatures that have transcended physical form entirely. The symbiotic relationships between different magical species create complex webs of interdependence that stabilize the entire jungle ecosystem. Harmony birds form lifelong partnerships with specific trees, their melodious songs helping to regulate the magical energy that flows through their chosen partner. In return, the trees provide the birds with shelter and magical nectar that enhances their vocal abilities, creating a mutually beneficial relationship that can last for centuries. As you settle into a comfortable spot beneath a massive cecropia tree, its broad leaves providing shelter from the gentle night rain that begins to fall, you become aware of the incredible orchestration of life that surrounds you. Every creature, from the smallest magical insect to the most powerful jungle spirit, plays a specific role in maintaining the delicate balance that keeps this ecosystem functioning. The gentle patter of rain on leaves mingles with the night calls of countless creatures, creating a lullaby that seems to emerge from the very heart of the jungle itself. Fireflies begin their nightly dance, their lights joining with the bioluminescent fungi and glowing flowers to create a constellation of earthbound stars that illuminates the magical world around you. In this moment of perfect tranquility, surrounded by some of the most extraordinary creatures on Earth, you might find yourself wondering what other magical beings remain undiscovered in the deepest reaches of these ancient forests, and what wisdom might they share about living in harmony with the natural magic that flows through all life. Chapter 5. Weather Magic and Tropical Climates. Where the air itself seems to breathe with ancient power and storms carry the weight of centuries, the relationship between magic and weather reaches its most profound expression. In the tropical realms where jungle magic flourishes, meteorological phenomena become partners in spell work, and the very atmosphere serves as both medium and amplifier for magical forces that shape the world. Imagine yourself standing on a high platform woven from living branches, watching as massive thunderclouds gather on the horizon, like titans preparing for battle. Here, in the heart of a magical rainforest, you witness weather patterns that follow laws more complex than any meteorology textbook could explain. The approaching storm carries not just rain and wind, but concentrated magical energy that has been building across thousands of miles of ocean and jungle, gathering power with each passing hour. The humidity that characterizes tropical climates serves as far more than mere atmospheric moisture in magical environments. This water-saturated air acts as a conductor for magical energy, allowing spells to flow and spread in ways impossible in drier climates. A simple atmosphere charm cast in the desert might affect only a few cubic yards of air, but the same spell performed in the humid heart of a magical jungle can extend its influence across entire clearings, the water molecules in the air carrying the magical effect like ripples spreading across a pond. As the storm approaches, you begin to understand why jungle wizards have developed such sophisticated weather magic over the centuries. The monsoon calling ritual, practiced by weather workers throughout tropical magical communities, demonstrates the complex relationship between human will and natural forces. Rather than attempting to command the weather, these skilled practitioners learn to negotiate with it, offering magical energy to strengthen desired weather patterns, while requesting specific modifications in return. The first drops of rain that begin to fall carry their own magical properties, each droplet charged with the electrical potential of the storm clouds from which it descends. Rainwater collected during the first moments of a tropical magical storm possesses enhanced properties for brewing healing potions, the electrical charge somehow stabilizing the delicate alchemical processes that transform ordinary ingredients into magical remedies. Experienced potioneers can identify the specific type of storm that produced their water simply by observing how it behaves during the brewing process. Lightning in magical tropical environments displays characteristics that would astound ordinary meteorologists. Rather than following the simple path of least electrical resistance, magical lightning often forms complex geometric patterns in the sky, tracing runic symbols and mystical diagrams that seem to write themselves across the heavens. These aerial displays are not random phenomena, but represent the visible manifestation of magical forces seeking balance and expression through the storm's electrical activity. The thunder lizards, massive reptilian creatures that live high in the jungle canopy, have evolved the ability to predict and even influence electrical storms. These remarkable beings can sense the buildup of electrical potential hours before lightning begins to strike, and their deep, resonant calls seem to guide lightning bolts toward specific targets. Some researchers believe that thunder lizards actively participate in the jungle's electrical ecosystem, helping to direct lightning strikes toward areas where the electrical discharge will benefit plant growth and magical energy circulation. Wind patterns in magical tropical climates follow currents that exist both in the physical and magical realms simultaneously. The trade winds that blow steadily across tropical oceans carry more than just air and moisture. They transport magical influences from distant lands, spreading spells, curses, and blessings across vast geographic regions. Sensitive witches and wizards can often detect the approach of foreign magic hours before it arrives, carried on winds that have traveled thousands of miles across magical territories. The phenomenon known as the magical doldrums occurs in equatorial regions where opposing magical currents meet and cancel each other out, creating zones of supernatural calm that can trap unwary travelers in states of temporal suspension. Ships caught in these areas may find their magical propulsion systems failing entirely, forcing them to rely on mundane sailing techniques until they can escape the zone of magical neutrality. Tropical cyclones in magical regions develop characteristics far beyond their mundane counterparts. Hurricane eyes in magical storms often contain pockets of perfectly calm air where time moves at a different rate than the surrounding world. Experienced storm riders can enter these temporal bubbles to rest and recover during long journeys, emerging hours later to find that only minutes have passed in the outside world. However, such practices require extreme caution, as miscalculating the duration of the effect can result in temporal displacement that strands travelers decades in the past or future. The interaction between magical creatures and weather patterns creates feedback loops that amplify both natural and supernatural phenomena. Cloud dancers, ethereal beings that live within storm systems themselves, feed on electrical energy and help guide storm development through their movements within the cloud formations. Their presence can intensify storms far beyond what natural conditions would normally produce, creating weather events that reshape entire landscapes and alter local magical climates for generations. Seasonal weather transitions in magical tropical climates follow patterns that often seem to anticipate future events rather than simply responding to astronomical cycles. The onset of the rainy season might arrive weeks early, if the jungle senses that particularly powerful magical workings will require the enhanced conductivity that high humidity provides. Conversely, dry seasons might extend unexpectedly when the forest needs time to consolidate and stabilize magical energies that have become chaotic due to external influences. The aurora tropicalis, a rare phenomenon visible only in certain magical jungle regions, manifests as curtains of colored light that dance through the canopy during powerful electrical storms. Unlike the polar auroras caused by solar wind interactions with the magnetosphere, these tropical light displays result from the interaction between concentrated magical fields and atmospheric electrical activity. The colors and patterns of aurora tropicalis can be read like a language by those trained in meteoromantic divination, revealing information about future weather patterns and magical disturbances. Fog and mist in magical tropical environments often develop properties that transcend simple water vapor. Memory mist, which forms in certain valleys during the transition between wet and dry seasons, contains traces of magical events that occurred in the area over previous years. Walking through such mist can trigger vivid visions of past occurrences, allowing sensitive individuals to witness historical events as if they were happening in the present moment. The relationship between barometric pressure and magical energy in tropical climates creates opportunities for spellwork that are unavailable in other environments. Low-pressure systems associated with tropical storms actually enhance the effectiveness of certain types of magic, particularly those involving transformation and elemental manipulation. Experienced weather mages learn to time their most ambitious magical workings to coincide with the approach of storm systems, using the atmospheric pressure changes to amplify their spells beyond normal limits. Temperature inversions in magical tropical climates can create layered atmospheric conditions where different altitudes exist in completely different magical climates. A wizard might experience scorching desert-like conditions at ground level, while temperatures just 50 feet higher remain cool and humid, each layer supporting different types of magical phenomena and presenting unique opportunities for specialized spellwork. As you settle into a sheltered alcove carved into the massive trunk of an ancient tree, listening to the symphony of rain drumming against the leaves above, you become aware of the profound interconnectedness between weather and magic in this tropical paradise. The storm that rages around you is not simply a meteorological event, but a complex magical phenomenon that nourishes the jungle, recharges its magical field, and provides opportunities for spellwork that exist nowhere else on Earth. The gentle warmth of the humid air, the rhythmic patter of rain, and the distant rumble of thunder create a natural lullaby that seems to emerge from the very heart of the tropical climate itself. Occasionally, flashes of lightning illuminate the canopy in brief, brilliant moments, revealing the intricate dance of wind and water that sustains this magical ecosystem. In this peaceful moment, cradled by one of nature's most powerful storms, yet feeling completely safe within the jungle's protective embrace, you might find yourself contemplating the mysteries that still surround the relationship between weather and magic. What secrets lie hidden in the eye of a magical hurricane? What ancient knowledge might be preserved in the memory of monsoon cycles that have repeated for millennia? And how might understanding these atmospheric mysteries unlock new possibilities for harmonizing human magic with the elemental forces that shape our world? Chapter 6: Canopy Magic and Aerial Enchantments. Between earth and sky, where ancient giants stretch their arms toward heaven and sunlight filters through countless layers of living green, exists a realm of magic unlike any other. Here, suspended in the cathedral of branches that forms the jungle canopy, spells take on new dimensions, and enchantments flow along pathways written in wind and leaf, creating possibilities that ground-dwelling wizards can barely imagine. Picture yourself ascending through the layers of the forest, perhaps aided by a specialized canopy climbing charm that allows you to move through the vertical maze of branches with the grace of a native tree dweller. As you rise above the shadowy understory and into the sun-dappled realm of the middle canopy, you begin to sense the fundamental difference in how magic behaves at these elevated heights. The air itself seems more alive here, charged with an energy that comes from the constant photosynthesis occurring in millions of leaves around you. This oxygen-rich atmosphere, supercharged with the life force of countless plants, creates ideal conditions for spells that require high magical conductivity. A simple lumos charm that might produce a steady glow at ground level transforms in the canopy into a dancing constellation of lights that seems to breathe and pulse with the rhythm of the forest itself. Levitation magic reaches its most refined expression in the canopy environment, where practitioners learn to work with the natural buoyancy created by warm air rising from the forest floor below. The thermal riding technique, developed by canopy dwellers over centuries of aerial living, allows wizards to use these ascending currents of warm air to support extended flight without depleting their magical energy reserves. Masters of this art can soar effortlessly through the canopy for hours, their movements so graceful and natural that they become indistinguishable from the flying creatures that share their aerial domain. The complex three-dimensional structure of the canopy creates unique opportunities for defensive magic, Barrier charms cast among the interwoven branches can redirect and amplify themselves, following the natural architecture of the trees to create protective networks that extend far beyond what a single spell should normally be able to accomplish. These branch web shields, as they are known to canopy dwellers, can protect entire tree communities from aerial attacks, while remaining virtually invisible to ground-based observers. Communication magic in the canopy environment takes advantage of the acoustic properties created by the forest's layered structure. The Whisper Wind spell, a specialized charm developed for canopy use, can carry messages along the air currents that flow between different levels of the forest. These magical messages travel faster and more accurately than ground-based communication spells, following the natural pathways of wind and thermal currents that connect distant parts of the canopy into a single vast network. The relationship between canopy magic and light creates some of the most beautiful enchantments known to magical practitioners. Prism magic, which manipulates the countless beams of sunlight that filter through the leaves, can create spectacular displays of color and illumination that serve both practical and artistic purposes. Canopy wizards learn to weave light into solid constructs, fashioning bridges, platforms, and even temporary shelters from concentrated sunbeams that have been magically stabilized and given physical substance. Weather magic reaches extraordinary levels of sophistication in the canopy, where practitioners work directly with the clouds that drift through the upper branches during foggy conditions. Cloud shaping, an advanced form of atmospheric magic, allows skilled weather workers to mold and direct fog banks with the same precision that a sculptor might use to shape clay. These living clouds can be transformed into transportation platforms, protective barriers, or even temporary dwelling spaces that provide shelter while remaining in constant, gentle motion through the upper canopy. The art of aerial transfiguration presents unique challenges and opportunities in the canopy environment. Objects transformed while suspended in midair between branches exhibit different properties than those changed at ground level, as if the lack of contact with Earth allows for more fluid and dynamic alterations. Floating transfigured objects can maintain their new forms for extended periods without the usual magical energy drain, drawing sustenance from the life force that permeates the canopy atmosphere. Plant magic reaches its pinnacle of sophistication in the canopy, where practitioners work directly with living trees to create architectural marvels that blur the line between construction and cultivation. Branch weaving, an ancient technique that encourages tree limbs to grow in specific patterns, can create bridges, platforms, and even multi-story dwellings that remain alive and continue growing, even as they serve their architectural functions. These living structures adapt and strengthen themselves over time, becoming more stable and spacious as the years pass. The phenomenon of canopy singing represents one of the most mysterious aspects of aerial magic. Certain combinations of wind speed, humidity, and magical field strength cause the entire canopy to produce harmonious sounds, as if the forest itself were performing a vast musical composition. Skilled practitioners learn to influence these natural orchestrations through specialized vocal magic, conducting the forest symphony to enhance their own spell work, or to communicate across vast distances through the medium of the wind song itself. Healing magic in the canopy benefits from the concentrated life force that radiates from the massive trees that form the forest's living architecture. Proximity to these ancient giants, some of which have been growing for thousands of years, provides a constant source of vitality that accelerates natural healing processes and enhances the effectiveness of medical magic. Canopy hospitals, built among the branches of the oldest and most powerful trees, achieve healing rates that would be impossible to duplicate in ground-based facilities. The practice of aerial herbology takes advantage of the unique growing conditions found at different canopy levels to cultivate magical plants that exist nowhere else. Sky gardens, suspended between branches hundreds of feet above the ground, provide ideal conditions for growing aerial orchids, cloudberries, and other magical specimens that require specific combinations of altitude, humidity, and direct sunlight. These elevated growing spaces can produce ingredients for potions and remedies that are among the most potent and rare in the magical world. Navigation magic in the canopy environment requires entirely different techniques than ground-based wayfinding. The Point Me spell, when cast in the complex three-dimensional maze of the canopy, must be modified to account for the vertical dimension and the constantly changing pathways created by swaying branches and growing foliage. Canopy compass charms create spherical rather than flat directional indicators, showing not just horizontal direction, but also the optimal altitude for reaching a desired destination. The unique acoustic properties of the canopy create opportunities for sonic magic that are impossible to achieve in other environments. Echolocation spells, enhanced by the complex sound reflection patterns created by countless leaves and branches, can provide detailed three-dimensional maps of the surrounding forest structure. Master practitioners can use these enhanced acoustic charms to navigate through the canopy in complete darkness, their magical echolocation providing more detailed information than conventional sight. As twilight approaches, and you find yourself resting on a platform of woven branches high above the forest floor, you become aware of the profound sense of freedom that comes from living and working in this aerial realm. The constraints and limitations that define ground-based magic seem to dissolve in the open air of the canopy, replaced by possibilities that are as limitless as the sky itself. The first stars begin to appear through gaps in the leafy ceiling above, their light joining with the bioluminescent glow of magical plants to create a gentle illumination that seems to emerge from the very structure of the forest. Night-blooming flowers begin to open their petals, releasing fragrances that drift on the evening breeze and create an olfactory symphony as complex and beautiful as any musical composition. In this moment of perfect tranquility, suspended between earth and heaven, in one of the most magical places on earth, you might find yourself wondering what other aerial enchantments remain to be discovered in the vast three-dimensional world of the jungle canopy, and what new forms of magic might emerge when practitioners learn to think in terms of height and depth, as well as the simple horizontal dimensions that define most earthbound spellwork. Chapter 7. Underground magic beneath the jungle floor. Deep beneath the verdant carpet of the jungle floor, where roots intertwine in ancient embraces and darkness holds secrets older than memory, lies a hidden realm of magic that few surface dwellers ever witness. Here, in the rich earth that nourishes the giants above, magical forces flow along pathways carved by countless generations of growth and decay, creating an underground universe as complex and wondrous as the canopy that towers overhead. Imagine yourself descending through a natural opening in the forest floor, perhaps following the hollow interior of a massive fallen log, or slipping through a crevice between the buttress roots of an ancient cecropia tree. As you move deeper into this subterranean world, your eyes gradually adjust to a different kind of illumination, where phosphorescent fungi provide gentle, shifting pools of blue-green light that reveal the intricate architecture of the underground realm. The soil itself pulses with concentrated life force, each handful containing billions of microscopic organisms that process organic matter into the rich nutrients that feed the forest above. But in magical jungle environments, this decomposition process releases more than simple minerals and compounds. It generates what earth magic practitioners call the deep current, a flow of raw life energy that moves through the underground network like blood through the veins of some vast, sleeping creature. Root magic reaches its most sophisticated expression in these hidden depths, where the underground portions of massive trees create cathedral-like spaces between their thick, serpentine coils. These root chambers, some large enough to hold entire communities, serve as natural sanctuaries where earthworkers practice their most powerful spells. The living walls pulse gently with the heartbeat of the trees above, creating an atmosphere of profound peace and stability that enhances meditation and deep magical work. The phenomenon of root song represents one of the most mysterious aspects of underground jungle magic. The massive root systems of ancient trees create subtle vibrations as they grow and shift, producing subsonic frequencies that travel through the earth for miles in every direction. Sensitive practitioners learn to interpret these underground melodies, reading in them information about the health of distant parts of the forest. the movement of underground water, and even the approach of surface dangers that might threaten the woodland ecosystem. Underground water systems in magical jungles follow courses that defy conventional hydrology, guided by mineral concentrations and magical field strengths rather than simple gravity. These hidden rivers flow through networks of natural caves and root-carved channels, their waters charged with dissolved magical minerals that make them invaluable for brewing potions and creating alchemical preparations. The most prized of these underground streams are the memory waters, springs that have filtered through layers of earth containing the remains of ancient magical creatures, absorbing traces of their power and knowledge. The practice of earth singing, developed by underground-dwelling wizards over centuries of subterranean life, allows practitioners to communicate with the soil itself, encouraging beneficial microorganisms and directing the flow of nutrients to where they are most needed. Master earth singers can accelerate the decomposition of organic matter, enrich depleted soil, and even coax new springs to emerge from apparently dry ground, their magic working in harmony with the natural processes that maintain the underground ecosystem. Fungal magic flourishes in the dark, humid conditions beneath the jungle floor, where countless species of magical mushrooms form vast underground networks that span entire forest systems. These mycelial webs serve as communication networks for the trees above, carrying chemical and magical messages between distant plants and allowing the forest to function as a single, coordinated organism. Practitioners who learn to interface with these fungal networks can access information about events occurring throughout the entire jungle, making them invaluable as scouts, healers, and environmental monitors. The cultivation of magical mushrooms in underground growing chambers represents one of the most challenging and rewarding aspects of subterranean magic. Different species require specific combinations of temperature, humidity, soil composition, and magical field strength, creating a complex art that takes decades to master. Ghost caps, which grow only in soil enriched with the essence of deceased magical creatures, provide ingredients for potions that allow communication with spirits. Dream morels, cultivated in chambers where sleeping root systems release specific alkaloids, produce psychoactive compounds that enhance divination and prophetic abilities. Crystalline formations in magical jungle caves exhibit properties that would astound conventional geologists. Rather than forming through simple mineral precipitation, these underground crystals grow in response to magical energy flows, their structures reflecting and amplifying the mystical forces that shaped them. Crystal gardens, where hundreds of different magical gems grow in fantastic formations, serve as focal points for earth magic and sources of rare materials for wand-making and enchantment work. The phenomenon of earthlight occurs in certain underground chambers where high concentrations of magical minerals create a natural phosphorescence that illuminates the darkness with a warm, golden glow. These chambers often contain the most powerful earth magic focal points, their walls lined with crystals that have absorbed centuries of magical energy and now radiate it back in the form of visible light. Meditation in earthlight chambers can accelerate magical development and provide insights into the fundamental nature of magic itself. Burial magic reaches profound levels of sophistication in jungle underground environments, where the rapid decomposition rate allows for accelerated magical processes. Sacred grove crypts, where the remains of powerful magical practitioners are interred among the root systems of ancient trees, create concentrations of magical energy that can persist for centuries. These sites often become pilgrimage destinations for earth magic practitioners, seeking to commune with the accumulated wisdom of past generations. The thermal properties of underground jungle environments create unique opportunities for magical practice. Compost heat, generated by the decomposition of organic matter, creates warm zones where temperature-sensitive magical processes can be maintained year-round. Underground growing chambers utilize this natural heating to cultivate magical plants that require specific thermal conditions, allowing for the production of rare ingredients regardless of surface weather conditions. Navigation through underground jungle systems requires specialized magical techniques adapted to the unique challenges of the subterranean environment. Earth pulse reading allows practitioners to sense the location of major root systems, underground streams, and cave networks by detecting the subtle magical emanations that these features produce. Master navigators can find their way through hundreds of miles of underground passages, using nothing more than their sensitivity to these Earth-generated magical signals. The art of cave shaping represents the ultimate expression of underground architectural magic. Rather than excavating chambers through physical labor, skilled practitioners learn to encourage natural geological processes, accelerating the formation of caves and tunnels through magical enhancement of water erosion and root growth. These naturally formed spaces possess superior acoustic and magical properties compared to artificially excavated chambers, their organic curves and surfaces creating ideal conditions for earth magic practice. Healing magic in underground environments benefits from the concentrated life force that permeates the rich jungle soil. Earth healing chambers, excavated among the root systems of particularly powerful trees, provide ideal conditions for treating illnesses and injuries that resist conventional magical medicine. The constant presence of life-generating energy accelerates natural healing processes and enhances the effectiveness of earth-based remedies. As you settle into a comfortable alcove carved into the living wall of a massive root system, surrounded by the gentle glow of phosphorescent fungi, and lulled by the almost inaudible song of the growing earth, you become aware of the profound sense of security that comes from being embraced by the very foundation of the forest itself. The weight of earth above creates not claustrophobia but comfort, like being held in the arms of an ancient, benevolent giant. The steady rhythm of water dripping from unseen sources creates a natural percussion that seems to mark the slow heartbeat of the underground world. Occasionally, the subtle shift and growth of nearby roots produces soft creaking sounds that speak of life and movement even in this seemingly static realm. In this peaceful sanctuary, surrounded by some of the most fundamental magical forces on Earth, you might find yourself contemplating the mysteries that lie even deeper beneath your feet. Ancient chambers remain undiscovered in the deepest layers of magical jungle soil. What secrets might be preserved in the underground streams that have flowed unchanged for millennia, and how might learning to work with these buried magical forces transform our understanding of the connection between life, death, and the eternal cycle of renewal that defines the natural world. Chapter 4. The different types of magical invitations. In the flickering candlelight of ancient libraries where communication scrolls rest in neat piles awaiting delivery, we discover one of the most elegant and complex aspects of wizarding etiquette, the art of magical invitations. These are far more than simple requests for attendance. They are intricate magical documents that serve as keys, protections, and bonds of trust between wizards, each type carefully crafted for its specific purpose and imbued with enchantments that can span continents and centuries. Imagine holding in your hands a piece of parchment that seems ordinary at first glance, yet tingles with barely contained magic beneath your fingertips. As you watch, elegant script begins to appear across its surface, the words forming themselves in ink that shifts color like captured starlight. This is no mere letter, but a magical invitation, a document that carries within it not just information, but intention, protection, and often a small portion of the sender's own magical essence. The high story of magical invitations stretches back to the earliest days of organized wizarding society, when the need for secure, verifiable communication became essential for maintaining the complex social and professional networks that characterized magical communities. Unlike Muggle correspondence, which relies solely on physical delivery and written proof, magical invitations must serve multiple functions simultaneously. They must convey information, verify the sender's identity, provide access to protected events or locations, and often serve as talismans of protection for the invited guest. The most basic form of magical invitation is the simple summons, used for everyday social gatherings and informal meetings. These unpretentious documents appear as standard parchment letters, but they carry subtle enchantments that make them remarkably practical. A simple summons will always find its intended recipient, even if that person has moved to a new location since the invitation was written. The magic woven into the parchment includes basic tracking charms that can follow the magical signature of the intended guest across vast distances. You can almost feel the gentle warmth that emanates from a simple summons as it recognizes your magical aura, confirming that you are indeed the intended recipient. These invitations include basic authentication magic that prevents forgery. Each one carries a unique magical fingerprint from its creator that cannot be duplicated or transferred. When you touch the parchment, you know with certainty who sent it and can trust that the information it contains is genuine. More sophisticated are the formal convocations used for official wizarding business and important ceremonial events. These elaborate documents often arrive in specially enchanted envelopes that will not open unless touched by the intended recipient. The invitation itself might be written on parchment made from magical materials, phoenix feather paper for events of great importance, dragonhide vellum for gatherings that might involve danger, or paper made from the inner bark of magical trees for celebrations connected to nature magic. Formal convocations carry powerful protective enchantments designed to safeguard both the information they contain and the person receiving them. The text might be written in disappearing ink that becomes visible only when the correct recipient touches the parchment, or in transforming script that appears as one message to casual observers, but reveals its true contents to the invited guest. Some of the most secure formal convocations use multiple truth layering, where different levels of information are revealed based on the magical strength and clearance level of the reader. The protective magic extends beyond mere security to actual physical protection for the invited guest. A properly crafted formal convocation acts as a temporary talisman, providing magical shields against common hexes and curses during travel to and from the event. These protections are particularly important for gatherings that might attract the attention of dark wizards or other magical threats, ensuring that guests can attend important meetings without fear of magical assault en route. Perhaps the most fascinating type of magical invitation is the temporal summons, used for events that transcend normal time constraints. These remarkable documents can deliver themselves at precisely the right moment, regardless of when they were originally written. A wizard planning a gathering 6 months in the future might write the invitations immediately, but enchant them to appear before their intended recipients exactly 1 week before the event, ensuring perfect timing regardless of changing circumstances. Temporal summons require extraordinary magical skill to create properly, as they must incorporate complex time magic that keeps the invitation in magical stasis until the appropriate moment for delivery. The parchment exists in a state of temporal suspension, neither fully present nor absent, waiting patiently for the predetermined moment to manifest in the physical world. Master enchanters who specialize in these invitations often describe the delicate balance required to maintain temporal stability while preserving the invitation's other magical properties. The most exclusive magical invitations are the bloodline convocations, used for gatherings restricted to members of specific magical families or organizations. These prestigious documents carry genetic recognition charms that verify not just the identity of the recipient, but their lineage and qualifications to attend the event. The magic woven into these invitations can trace family histories back through generations, ensuring that only legitimate heirs or qualified members receive access to exclusive gatherings. Bloodline convocations often serve as more than invitations. They function as portable archives of family or organizational history. When touched by a qualified recipient, they might display genealogical information, family crests that shift and change to show different branches of the family tree, or organizational seals that reveal the recipient's rank and standing within the group. These features make bloodline convocations valuable documents in their own right, often kept as family heirlooms long after the events they originally announced have concluded. Secret society summons represent perhaps the most magically complex type of invitation, designed for gatherings of clandestine magical organizations. These documents must balance the need for security with the requirement to convey essential information to authorized recipients. They often employ multiple layers of magical concealment, appearing as innocuous documents, perhaps a recipe for brewing tea, or a harmless social note, until activated by specific magical passwords or gestures known only to society members. The security measures built into secret society summons can be elaborate to the point of seeming paranoid, but they serve essential functions for organizations that operate outside normal wizarding society. Some of these invitations will self-destruct if opened by anyone other than the intended recipient, while others contain false information designed to mislead unauthorized readers, while conveying the true message to society members who know how to decode it properly. Emergency alerts represent the most urgent category of magical invitation, designed for situations where immediate response is essential. These powerful documents sacrifice elegance for speed and reliability, using brute force magic to ensure instant delivery regardless of magical interference or protective barriers. An emergency alert will burn through standard mail wards, interrupt other magical communications, and even wake sleeping recipients if necessary to deliver its urgent message. The magic used in emergency alerts is deliberately overwhelming, designed to overcome any obstacles that might delay delivery. These invitations often arrive as glowing balls of light that hover insistently until acknowledged, or as spectral messengers that can speak their message aloud before dissipating. The sender of an emergency alert expends considerable magical energy in its creation, but the urgency of true emergencies justifies the magical cost. Regional variations in magical invitation styles reflect the diverse magical traditions found throughout the wizarding world. Celtic wizards favor invitations written on bark parchment with ink made from crushed gemstones, creating documents that literally sparkle with contained magic. Scandinavian magical communities use invitations carved into thin sheets of magical ice that preserve themselves indefinitely, while conveying the crystalline clarity prized in Nordic magical traditions. Tropical wizarding communities often create invitations using materials that would be impossible in other climates. Parchment made from specially treated palm fronds that remain flexible and durable for centuries, or inks derived from bioluminescent magical organisms that make the text glow with soft, natural light. These regional variations add richness and diversity to the art of magical invitation crafting, with collectors often prizing examples from different magical cultures. The etiquette surrounding magical invitations is as complex as the magic used to create them. Proper response to different types of invitations requires knowledge of specific protocols. Some must be answered within a certain time period to maintain their protective magic, while others require specific magical gestures or phrases to confirm acceptance. Failing to follow proper invitation etiquette can result in anything from mild social embarrassment to exclusion from important magical events. The training required to become a master of invitation magic involves years of study in multiple magical disciplines. Aspiring invitation enchanters must master protective charms, authentication magic, temporal spells, tracking enchantments, and often specialized areas like bloodline verification or security magic. The most accomplished practitioners can create invitations that serve as works of art, in addition to their practical functions, with magical illuminations that shift and change, musical enchantments that play when opened, or aromatic charms that fill the air with pleasant scents. Modern innovations in magical invitation design continue to push the boundaries of what these documents can accomplish. Some contemporary enchanters create invitations that can update themselves with new information as event details change, or that provide real-time magical maps showing the quickest route to the gathering location. Others experiment with cross-cultural magic, creating invitations that can adapt their appearance and protocols to match the magical traditions of their recipients. The role of magical invitations in maintaining wizarding society cannot be overstated. They serve as the communication backbone that keeps magical communities connected across vast distances and cultural differences. Through the careful crafting and exchange of these magical documents, wizards maintain the social bonds, professional networks, and cultural traditions that define their world. In our modern era, where magical communication has become faster and more convenient, the traditional art of invitation magic might seem antiquated, Yet these carefully crafted documents continue to serve functions that newer forms of magical communication cannot replicate. They provide security, authentication, protection, and permanence that make them irreplaceable for truly important magical gatherings and official wizarding business. As we conclude our exploration of magical invitations, consider the care and skill that goes into each of these remarkable documents. Every invitation represents not just a request for attendance, but a magical bond between the sender and recipient, a small work of art, and a testament to the sophisticated communication networks that bind the wizarding world together. What thoughts might arise if you were to receive a magical invitation tomorrow? Would you be more intrigued by the magic that brought it to you, the event it announces, or the connection it represents to the vast hidden community of magical practitioners? Chapter 9. Jungle, Alchemy, and Potion Making. Where the air itself shimmers with concentrated magical energy and every leaf holds the potential for transformation, the ancient art of alchemy reaches heights of sophistication that would astound even the most accomplished potion masters of the civilized world. In the heart of magical jungles, where nature provides an endless laboratory of rare ingredients and unique environmental conditions, alchemical practice transcends mere recipe following to become a dance of cooperation between human skill and the living forces of the forest itself. Imagine yourself standing before a natural cauldron carved from volcanic stone by centuries of flowing water, its surface still warm from the underground thermal vents that heat the jungle's hidden springs. Around you, the humid air carries the mingled fragrances of hundreds of different magical plants, each contributing its own aromatic signature to the complex olfactory symphony that guides jungle alchemists in their work. Here, in this natural laboratory where the boundaries between wild nature and magical practice dissolve entirely, you begin to understand why jungle-brewed potions are considered the finest in the magical world. The foundation of jungle alchemy lies in the unique properties of water that has filtered through layers of magically charged soil and absorbed minerals from deposits of crystallized magical energy. This living water, as it is known to practitioners, serves not merely as a solvent, but as an active participant in the alchemical process. Each drop carries within it the essence of the entire ecosystem through which it has traveled, creating a base ingredient that amplifies and harmonizes the properties of whatever other components are added to it. The collection of living water requires both timing and reverence, as the water's magical properties fluctuate with lunar cycles, seasonal changes, and the overall health of the forest ecosystem. Master alchemists learn to read the subtle signs that indicate when the water has reached peak potency, the faint phosphorescent glow that appears at dawn, the way morning mist forms geometric patterns above certain springs, and the harmonic resonance that can be detected when a tuning fork is struck near sources of the purest water. Ingredient harvesting in jungle environments follows principles that would seem alien to practitioners trained in conventional magical botany. Rather than simply gathering required materials, jungle alchemists enter into complex negotiations with the plants themselves, offering gifts of enriched soil, beneficial insects, or magical energy in exchange for the voluntary donation of leaves, roots, or flowers. This reciprocal relationship ensures that harvested ingredients carry no negative emotional residue that might compromise the final potion's effectiveness. The preparation of ingredients in jungle alchemy involves techniques that take advantage of the forest's natural processes. Solar distillation utilizes the intense tropical sunlight focused through magical crystal formations to extract essential oils and magical essences from plant materials. The process takes place in glass vessels shaped like enormous dewdrops, their curved surfaces designed to concentrate and purify the sun's energy until it becomes capable of separating the physical and spiritual components of organic materials. Temperature control in jungle alchemy relies on the forest's own thermal regulation systems rather than artificial heating sources. Composting cauldrons are buried in carefully constructed mounds of decomposing organic matter, their contents maintained at precise temperatures by the controlled fermentation of surrounding plant materials. These natural heating systems can maintain stable temperatures for months at a time, allowing for slow brewing processes that develop flavors and magical properties impossible to achieve through conventional heating methods. The timing of jungle alchemy follows biological rhythms rather than mechanical schedules, with different stages of potion preparation coordinated with the natural cycles of the ingredients being used. Night-blooming potions are brewed only when their primary components are in their active phase, while healing drafts that incorporate root essences are prepared during the dormant season, when the plant's energy is concentrated in their underground storage organs. Fermentation processes in jungle alchemy utilize the natural yeasts and beneficial bacteria that thrive in the humid tropical environment. These living catalysts, cultivated in special growing media prepared from forest soil and plant extracts, can transform ordinary ingredients into magical substances with properties that far exceed the sum of their components. Master fermentation specialists maintain colonies of these microscopic partners for decades, passing them down through generations of practitioners like precious family heirlooms. The art of sympathetic brewing takes advantage of the interconnected nature of jungle ecosystems to create potions that share in the collective life force of the entire forest. These group-brewed preparations involve multiple alchemists working simultaneously at different locations throughout the jungle, their individual cauldrons connected through networks of root systems and underground streams that carry magical influences between brewing sites. The resulting potions exhibit enhanced potency and stability that cannot be achieved through solitary practice. Preservation techniques in jungle environments must account for the rapid decomposition rates and high humidity that characterize tropical climates. Living storage methods keep potions in states of controlled suspended animation, their glass containers embedded in the root systems of specially trained trees that regulate temperature and humidity, while protecting the contents from contamination. These tree storage systems can preserve delicate preparations for centuries without any loss of potency. The development of new recipes in jungle alchemy follows intuitive processes that blend scientific observation with shamanic vision. Inspiration. Brewing involves entering trance states while surrounded by potential ingredients, allowing the alchemist's consciousness to merge temporarily with the forest's collective wisdom and receive direct guidance about which combinations will produce desired effects. These visionary sessions often reveal preparation methods that seem to violate conventional alchemical principles, yet consistently produce superior results. Quality assessment of jungle potions requires sensory skills that extend beyond ordinary human perception. Master tasters learn to detect the emotional and spiritual qualities of brewing preparations by observing how their presence affects the behavior of magical creatures. A healing potion of exceptional quality will cause normally aggressive animals to become calm and friendly, while transformation draughts can induce temporary shape-shifting in sensitive wildlife that comes into contact with their vapors. The specialized equipment used in jungle alchemy often consists of living tools that grow and adapt to their users' needs. Vine stirrers, cultivated from specially trained climbing plants, can adjust their length and stiffness as needed, while contributing their own magical properties to whatever they are used to mix. Crystal filters, grown in underground chambers over periods of decades, develop internal structures perfectly suited to separating specific magical compounds from complex solutions. Collaborative brewing between human alchemists and magical creatures represents one of the most advanced forms of jungle potion making. Phoenix fire brewing, conducted in partnership with fire-breathing lizards, utilizes precisely controlled bursts of magical flame to achieve heating effects that are impossible to duplicate through conventional means. These collaborative sessions require years of trust building between human and creature partners, but they can produce potions with properties that border on the miraculous. The study of failed potions in jungle alchemy reveals patterns that illuminate the deeper principles governing magical transformation. Phoenix fire brewing, conducted in partnership with fire-breathing lizards, utilizes precisely controlled bursts of magical flame to achieve heating effects that are impossible to duplicate through conventional means. These collaborative sessions require years of trust building between human and creature partners, but they can produce potions with properties that border on the miraculous. The study of failed potions in jungle alchemy reveals patterns that illuminate the deeper principles governing magical transformation. Rather than being discarded, unsuccessful brews are carefully analyzed to understand why the intended transformation did not occur. These failure studies have led to breakthrough discoveries about the relationship between ingredient compatibility, environmental conditions, and the alchemist's mental state during preparation. Advanced jungle alchemists learn to brew potions that exist in multiple states simultaneously, their properties changing based on the needs of the person who consumes them. These adaptive draughts represent the pinnacle of sympathetic magic, their molecular structure remaining fluid until the moment of ingestion, when they crystallize into whatever form will be most beneficial for the individual consumer's current situation. As you settle into a comfortable spot beside a gently bubbling natural cauldron, watching the interplay of steam and starlight, while the jungle's nocturnal chorus provides a soothing soundtrack to your observations, you become aware of the profound harmony that characterizes jungle alchemy at its finest. Here, the artificial distinction between maker and material dissolves, replaced by a collaborative process that honors both human skill and natural wisdom. The gentle warmth radiating from the brewing vessel mingles with the humid night air to create an atmosphere of perfect comfort, while the soft phosphorescent glow of magical fungi provides just enough light to observe the subtle color changes that indicate the potion's progress toward completion. In this moment of peaceful concentration, rounded by the tools and ingredients of one of the world's most sophisticated magical arts, you might find yourself contemplating the deeper mysteries that jungle alchemy seeks to explore. What secrets of transformation lie hidden in the countless chemical combinations that remain untested? How might the principles learned from jungle brewing revolutionize potion making throughout the magical world? And what new possibilities for healing and enhancement might emerge when human creativity learns to work in perfect partnership with the transformative forces of nature itself? Chapter 10. Protective Magic of Dense Forests. In the layered depths of ancient jungles, where shadows within shadows create labyrinths of concealment, and the very air seems to guard secrets from unwelcome eyes, protective magic reaches levels of sophistication that transform entire forest systems into living fortresses. Here, natural defenses merge seamlessly with deliberate enchantments to create sanctuaries where those who belong can find perfect safety, while intruders discover themselves lost in a maze that shifts and changes with each step they take. Imagine yourself standing at the edge of such a protected realm, where the ordinary jungle gives way to something far more complex and purposeful. The trees themselves seem to watch your approach, their branches rustling with whispered consultations as they assess your intentions and determine whether you should be welcomed as a friend or misdirected as a potential threat. This living evaluation system represents the first layer of jungle protection magic, a network of plant consciousness that can identify and respond to visitors with an intelligence that rivals any human guardian. The phenomenon of forest folding creates the most disorienting defense mechanism known to magical protection specialists. When activated by the presence of hostile intruders, certain sections of the jungle literally fold space around themselves, creating impossible geometries, where paths that should lead forward instead circle back on themselves, and clearings that appear to be only yards apart become separated by miles of dense undergrowth. These spatial distortions are so subtle that lost travelers often spend days walking in circles without realizing they have never truly left the small area where they first became confused. Camouflage magic in jungle environments utilizes the natural complexity of the forest ecosystem to create concealment effects that go far beyond simple visual illusion. The verdant veil technique allows entire communities to become invisible by synchronizing their magical auras with the life force signatures of surrounding plants. Structures, people, and even large magical creatures can disappear so completely into the forest background that they become undetectable even to magical sensing methods, their presence masked by the overwhelming vitality of the jungle itself. The guardian trees that serve as the backbone of forest protection systems are ancient giants that have been magically awakened to serve as active participants in defensive networks. These colossal beings, some standing over 300 feet tall and living for millennia, develop personalities and intelligence that match their impressive physical presence. They communicate with each other through underground root networks and airborne chemical signals, creating an early warning system that can alert an entire forest to approaching danger hours before any conventional detection method would register a threat. Misdirection magic in dense forests takes advantage of the naturally confusing terrain to create protective mazes that can trap unwanted visitors for weeks or even months. The Lost Path enchantment subtly alters the appearance of familiar landmarks, making recognizable features seem different each time they are encountered. A distinctive rock formation might appear rounded from one direction and angular from another, while streams seem to change their flow direction based on the observer's intentions and emotional state. The living barriers created through thorn wall magic represent some of the most effective physical defenses ever developed for forest protection. These rapidly growing defensive structures consist of specially bred climbing plants whose thorns carry paralytic toxins and whose vines can move with snake-like speed to entangle intruders. Unlike artificial barriers, these living walls continue to grow and strengthen over time, adapting to new threats and developing countermeasures for any tactics used against them. Sanctuary zones within protected forests create areas of absolute safety, where the normal rules of magical combat simply cease to function. Within these sacred groves, aggressive spells refuse to activate, weapons become impossibly heavy, and hostile creatures find themselves overcome by irresistible urges to sleep or depart peacefully. These sanctuaries are maintained through centuries of accumulated peaceful energy, their protective power drawing strength from every act of healing, meditation, and harmony that has occurred within their boundaries. The whisper network that connects different parts of protected forests allows for instantaneous communication across vast distances without leaving any magical traces that hostile forces might detect. This system utilizes the natural sound-carrying properties of jungle ecosystems, enhanced through spells that allow messages to travel along chains of sympathetic plant responses. A warning spoken to a single leaf can ripple through the entire forest in minutes, alerting every tree, vine, and flower to the presence of danger. Weather magic serves as one of the most powerful tools in forest protection arsenals, with defensive systems capable of generating localized storms that drive away unwanted visitors while leaving protected areas untouched. Confusion fog can be summoned within minutes, creating thick mists that carry disorienting spells and make navigation impossible for anyone not carrying the proper magical tokens. These protective weather patterns often seem completely natural to outside observers, appearing to be nothing more than unfortunate atmospheric conditions that happen to arise whenever hostile forces approach. The art of emotional terrain manipulation creates psychological defenses that operate below the threshold of conscious awareness. Visitors with harmful intentions find themselves experiencing inexplicable feelings of unease, homesickness, or overwhelming fatigue that grow stronger the deeper they penetrate into protected areas. These emotional influences never reach levels that might cause permanent psychological damage, but they create powerful unconscious motivations to turn back and seek more welcoming environments. Magical creature partnerships form the mobile defense forces that patrol protected forest territories. Dragons that have formed bonds with specific groves, unicorns that serve as mounted scouts for forest guardians, and phoenix birds that provide aerial reconnaissance all contribute to comprehensive defense networks that combine human intelligence with animal instincts and magical creature abilities. These partnerships often span multiple generations, with creature families serving the same forest communities for centuries. The scrying shields that protect forest sanctuaries from remote observation represent some of the most sophisticated counter-surveillance magic ever developed. These defensive networks create false images for anyone attempting to observe the forest through magical means, showing peaceful scenes of ordinary wilderness, while concealing all evidence of human habitation or magical activity. The illusions are so convincing that even skilled legilimens find themselves convinced they are observing nothing more than pristine natural habitat. Temporal defenses create the most sophisticated protection available to forest sanctuaries, allowing entire communities to step slightly outside normal time flow when threatened. During these temporal displacements, the protected area becomes invisible and intangible to anyone existing in normal time, effectively removing it from reality until the danger has passed. These defenses require enormous amounts of magical energy to maintain, but they provide absolute protection against any conceivable threat. The phenomenon of adaptive camouflage allows protected forest areas to change their appearance based on the expectations and knowledge of approaching visitors. The area might appear to be impenetrable swampland to hostile forces, while simultaneously presenting itself as welcoming woodland to friendly travelers. These perceptual modifications operate so smoothly that different groups of people can observe the same location simultaneously and see completely different landscapes. Healing sanctuaries within protected forests serve dual purposes as both medical facilities and defensive strongholds. The concentrated life force energy that makes these areas ideal for healing work also creates natural barriers against dark magic and hostile creatures. Wounds heal faster within sanctuary boundaries, diseases lose their virulence, and curses find themselves unable to maintain their hold on victims who seek shelter in these blessed groves. The art of silent alarms allows forest guardians to maintain constant awareness of their territory without creating any detectable magical emanations that might alert hostile forces to the presence of defensive systems. These monitoring networks utilize the natural sensitivity of plant life to disturbances, amplifying and interpreting the subtle responses that trees and flowers produce when unfamiliar presences enter their domain. As you settle into a hidden alcove carved into the trunk of an ancient guardian tree, surrounded by the subtle signs of protection magic that permeate every aspect of this sanctuary, you begin to appreciate the profound sense of security that comes from being embraced by defenses that have evolved over centuries of patient development. The gentle pulse of life force flowing through the tree's heartwood creates a rhythm that seems to synchronize with your own heartbeat, while the soft whispers of wind through branches carry messages of reassurance and welcome. The night sounds of the protected forest create a symphony of safety, where every chirp, rustle, and distant call serves as confirmation that the defensive networks remain active and vigilant. Fireflies dance in patterns that would seem random to casual observers, but actually encode status reports from different sectors of the forest's protection grid. In this moment of perfect peace, sheltered by some of the most sophisticated protective magic ever developed, you might find yourself reflecting on the deeper principles that make such sanctuaries possible. What balance between openness and security allows communities to welcome genuine friends while turning away those who would do harm? How might the lessons learned from forest protection magic be applied to defending other magical spaces, and what wisdom can be gained from defensive systems that seek not to destroy threats, but simply to encourage them to find more appropriate places to direct their attention? Chapter 11. Seasonal Magic in Tropical Climates, where the rhythm of rain and sun creates a timeless dance of renewal and rest. The magic of tropical seasons flows in patterns that speak to ancient harmonies between earth and sky. In these verdant realms, where winter never comes to strip the leaves or freeze the streams, magical practitioners have learned to read subtler seasonal signs and work with cycles of energy that follow the pulse of precipitation, the migration of magical creatures, and the eternal breathing of the forest itself. Imagine yourself standing in a jungle clearing during the first moments of the wet season's arrival, watching as the first heavy raindrops begin to fall after months of dry weather. The very air seems to crackle with anticipation, as every plant, animal, and magical being prepares for the dramatic transformation that will occur over the next few hours. This moment of seasonal transition represents one of the most magically charged times in the tropical calendar, when the accumulated energy of the dry season releases itself in a cascade of growth, flowering, and magical awakening. The two-season cycle that dominates tropical magical practice creates rhythms of energy accumulation and release that differ fundamentally from the four-season patterns familiar to temperate climate wizards. During the dry season, Magical energy concentrates and intensifies, building up in the soil, the trees, and the very atmosphere like water behind a dam. Plants store power in their roots and trunks. Magical creatures develop enhanced abilities, and practitioners find their spells becoming more potent as the weeks of drought progress. The transformation that occurs with the onset of the wet season represents one of nature's most spectacular magical displays. Within hours of the first rains, dormant seeds buried in the forest floor spring to life with supernatural speed, creating carpets of new growth that seem to emerge from nowhere. Flowers that have waited months for the right conditions burst into bloom simultaneously across vast areas of jungle, filling the air with fragrances so intense they can induce trance states in sensitive individuals. Magical creature migrations during seasonal transitions create opportunities for spell work that are available at no other time of year. The Great Convergence, which occurs during the first weeks of the wet season, brings together species that normally inhabit different layers of the forest ecosystem. Canopy dwellers descend to ground level. Underground creatures emerge into the open air, and aquatic beings venture onto land as the rising water levels connect previously separate habitat zones. The practice of rain magic reaches its peak effectiveness during the early weeks of the wet season, when practitioners can work directly with the enormous atmospheric energies that drive the seasonal transformation. Weather workers learn to read the subtle differences between various types of rain, each carrying its own magical properties and potential applications. Healing rains, charged with life force energy from their passage through the upper atmosphere, can accelerate the recovery from illness and injury. Cleansing rains, which fall during certain astronomical alignments, can remove curses and purify contaminated magical items. Seasonal awakening ceremonies mark the transition between dry and wet seasons, with rituals that help both human and natural communities adjust to the changing energy patterns. These celebrations involve the entire forest ecosystem, with different species contributing their own forms of participation to the communal recognition of seasonal change. Trees release stored fragrances that create natural incense, night-blooming flowers open in synchronized displays, and bioluminescent creatures create living light shows that rival any artificially produced illumination. The art of monsoon surfing allows experienced practitioners to ride the massive energy waves that sweep through tropical regions during seasonal transitions. These magical surges, created by the interaction between changing weather patterns and concentrated life force energy, can carry spells and enchantments across vast distances with minimal energy expenditure. Master monsoon surfers learn to time their most ambitious magical workings to coincide with these natural energy currents, achieving effects that would be impossible during the stable periods between seasons. Dry season magic operates on entirely different principles than wet season spellwork, utilizing the concentrated and crystallized energies that accumulate during months of reduced precipitation. The practice of energy distillation allows practitioners to extract and purify magical essences from plants and materials that have spent the dry season concentrating their power. These distilled energies can be stored for use during the wet season, when natural magical currents become too chaotic for precise spellwork. The phenomenon of seasonal memory allows certain magical locations to retain the characteristics of previous seasons even after conditions have changed. Sacred groves that experience perpetual spring, clearings where it is always the height of the dry season, and streams that maintain wet season flow rates year-round, create microclimates that provide access to specific types of seasonal magic, regardless of current weather conditions. Agricultural magic in tropical climates follows rhythms that blend natural growing cycles with the enhanced vitality available during certain seasonal periods. Planting ceremonies conducted during the first rains can ensure supernatural growth rates and enhanced crop yields, while harvest rituals performed during the peak of the dry season concentrate the accumulated energy of the growing season into the gathered food. These practices can produce crops with magical properties that provide enhanced nutrition and even minor healing effects. The study of seasonal creatures reveals how different magical beings adapt their life cycles to take advantage of tropical climate patterns. Phoenix birds, for instance, time their rebirth cycles to coincide with the onset of the wet season, when the increased humidity and electrical activity provide optimal conditions for their fiery transformations. Dream butterflies emerge only during the transition periods between seasons, their brief lifespans perfectly synchronized with the moments when reality becomes most malleable. Temporal magic in tropical environments takes advantage of the cyclical nature of seasonal changes to create time-based enchantments that activate automatically based on weather patterns and astronomical cycles. Seasonal timers can preserve spells for months or years, releasing them only when specific combinations of temperature, humidity, and magical field strength indicate that optimal conditions have arrived. The practice of climate harmonization allows magical communities to maintain optimal living conditions, regardless of seasonal extremes. These sophisticated environmental control systems work by enhancing beneficial aspects of each season, while moderating potentially problematic effects. During the wet season, excess moisture can be channeled into underground storage systems, while dry season water conservation spells ensure adequate hydration for both human and plant communities. Medicinal magic varies dramatically between tropical seasons, with different healing approaches proving most effective during different parts of the annual cycle. Wet season healing emphasizes purification and energetic cleansing, taking advantage of the natural detoxification processes that accompany the period of rapid growth and renewal. Dry season medicine focuses on strengthening and concentration, using the crystallized energies available during this period to build long-term vitality and resistance to disease. The art of seasonal divination utilizes the unique characteristics of tropical climate cycles to enhance prophetic abilities and provide insights into future developments. The chaotic energies of seasonal transitions create windows of temporal instability, where skilled seers can perceive potential futures more clearly than during stable periods. The intense concentration of the dry season enhances the clarity of visions, while the transformative power of the wet season allows diviners to see further into the future than would normally be possible. Preservation magic in tropical climates must account for the rapid decomposition rates and high humidity that characterize these environments year-round. Seasonal suspension techniques allow important materials and magical preparations to be stored in states of temporal stasis, their aging processes halted until specific seasonal conditions arise that make their use appropriate. These preservation methods can maintain the potency of magical ingredients for decades or even centuries. The phenomenon of seasonal resonance creates sympathetic connections between magical practitioners and the natural cycles that govern their environment. Wizards who spend years working closely with tropical seasonal patterns often develop the ability to sense approaching weather changes days in advance, their own magical energy fluctuating in harmony with the atmospheric forces that drive seasonal transitions. As you rest in a comfortable hammock strung between two massive trees, listening to the gentle patter of an evening shower, while fireflies begin their nightly dance among the branches above, you become aware of the profound sense of connection that comes from living in harmony with nature's seasonal rhythms. The warm droplets of rain that occasionally find their way through the canopy carry with them the essence of the entire atmospheric system, linking you to weather patterns that stretch across thousands of miles of ocean and jungle. The soft chorus of nocturnal creatures provides a soundtrack that changes subtly with each passing week of the season, their calls reflecting the gradual shifts in temperature, humidity, and magical energy that mark the forest's slow progression through its annual cycle. The air itself seems alive with possibility, charged with the potential for growth, transformation, and magical discovery that characterizes tropical environments at their most vibrant. In this moment of perfect seasonal harmony, surrounded by the endless cycle of growth and renewal that defines life in the magical tropics, you might find yourself contemplating the deeper mysteries that govern the relationship between time, climate, and magical energy. What ancient wisdom might be encoded in the seasonal patterns that have repeated unchanged for millions of years? How might understanding these natural cycles enhance our ability to work magic in harmony with the world around us and what new discoveries await those who learn to perceive the subtle seasonal variations that most observers never notice. Chapter 12. The Future of Jungle Magic Conservation. At the threshold between past and future, where ancient wisdom meets modern necessity, the magical jungle ecosystems of our world stand at a crossroads that will determine not only their own survival, but the fate of magical knowledge that has been accumulating for millennia. As we gaze toward tomorrow from the shelter of these primordial sanctuaries, we must consider how the choices made today will shape the magical landscape that future generations will inherit. Picture yourself standing on an observation platform high in the canopy, watching the sun rise over an expanse of magical jungle that stretches to the horizon in every direction. This vista, which has remained essentially unchanged for thousands of years, now faces challenges that would have been unimaginable to the ancient practitioners who first learned to work in harmony with these forest systems. The encroachment of modern development, the effects of climate change, and the gradual loss of traditional magical knowledge create pressures that threaten to destroy in decades what took millennia to develop. The Magical Ecosystem Mapping Project represents one of the most ambitious conservation efforts ever undertaken by the international wizarding community. Teams of researchers work year-round to document every aspect of magical jungle environments, from the migration patterns of individual butterfly species to the underground networks of root communication that connect entire forest systems. This comprehensive cataloging effort aims to create a complete archive of magical jungle knowledge before any of it can be lost to environmental destruction or cultural change. Modern conservation efforts must balance the preservation of ancient magical traditions with the need to adapt to changing global conditions. The hybrid conservation approach, developed through collaboration between traditional jungle shamans and contemporary magical researchers, seeks to maintain the essential character of these ecosystems while allowing for carefully managed adaptations that will help them survive in a rapidly changing world. This methodology recognizes that absolute preservation may be impossible, but that thoughtful evolution can maintain the core magical properties that make these environments so valuable. The establishment of magical protected zones represents a significant step forward in jungle conservation efforts. These areas, designated jointly by wizarding governments and indigenous magical communities, receive the highest levels of legal protection available under international magical law. Within these zones, traditional practices can continue unchanged, while new research proceeds under careful supervision. The protected status also includes provisions for monitoring and managing the inevitable interactions between magical and non-magical conservation efforts. Climate adaptation magic has emerged as one of the most important new fields in jungle conservation. As global weather patterns shift and traditional seasonal cycles become less predictable, magical practitioners are developing new techniques to help jungle ecosystems maintain their essential characteristics despite changing external conditions. Microclimate stabilization spells can maintain optimal temperature and humidity levels within small areas, while weather buffer enchantments help protect sensitive magical phenomena from the disruptive effects of increasingly extreme weather events. The Young Practitioners Initiative works to ensure that traditional jungle magic knowledge continues to be passed down to new generations of learners. This program pairs elderly shamans and master practitioners with young wizards from around the world, creating mentorship relationships that transcend cultural and geographical boundaries. Participants spend years living within jungle communities, learning not just magical techniques, but the entire worldview that makes traditional jungle magic possible. Technological integration presents both opportunities and challenges for jungle magic conservation. Magical monitoring systems can track environmental changes with unprecedented precision, allowing for rapid responses to emerging threats. However, the introduction of any artificial elements into these pristine ecosystems must be handled with extreme care to avoid disrupting the delicate magical balances that have evolved over countless generations. The development of biocompatible monitoring devices, which incorporate living components that can integrate seamlessly with natural systems, represents an important breakthrough in this area. The Sanctuary Network project aims to create connected corridors of protected magical habitat that allow for the free movement of magical creatures and the flow of magical energy between different jungle regions. These corridors, maintained through cooperative agreements between multiple nations and magical communities, help ensure that individual protected areas do not become isolated islands surrounded by hostile environments. Research into magical genetic preservation has revealed that many of the unique properties of jungle magical plants and creatures are encoded not just in their physical genetics, but in magical inheritance patterns that can be disrupted by environmental stress. The development of essence banking techniques allows researchers to preserve these magical genetic patterns even when the organisms themselves cannot be maintained in changing environments, creating a library of magical biodiversity that could potentially be used to restore damaged ecosystems in the future. The role of international cooperation in jungle conservation cannot be overstated. The Global Magical Heritage Convention brings together representatives from every nation that contains magical jungle territories, creating forums for sharing knowledge, coordinating conservation efforts, and resolving conflicts that might threaten these precious ecosystems. These diplomatic efforts have prevented several potential disasters where development projects or military activities might have caused irreparable damage to magical environments. Educational outreach programs work to increase awareness of jungle magic conservation needs among magical communities worldwide. The Traveling Jungle exhibition brings samples of magical jungle environments to major magical population centers, allowing urban wizards to experience these ecosystems firsthand and understand what might be lost if conservation efforts fail. These programs have been instrumental in building political support for increased funding and legal protection for jungle conservation projects. The development of restoration magic techniques offers hope for damaged or partially destroyed magical jungle areas. These advanced spells, which work by recreating the exact magical field conditions that existed in healthy ecosystems, can accelerate natural recovery processes and help re-establish the complex web of relationships that characterize functioning magical jungle environments. Early trials have shown promising results, with severely damaged areas showing significant recovery within decades, rather than the centuries that natural healing would require. Economic sustainability represents one of the greatest challenges facing jungle conservation efforts. The Magical Sustainable Development Program works to create economic opportunities for local communities that depend on jungle resources, while ensuring that these activities do not damage the ecosystems they depend upon. Eco-magical tourism, carefully managed harvesting of renewable magical resources, and the development of jungle-based magical education centers all provide income streams that support conservation while maintaining environmental integrity. The Next Generation Conservation Initiative focuses on developing new magical techniques specifically designed for conservation applications. Young researchers, trained in both traditional jungle magic and modern magical theory, are developing innovative approaches to ecosystem management that were impossible with either traditional or contemporary methods alone. These hybrid techniques show particular promise for addressing conservation challenges that have no historical precedents. Scientific research partnerships between magical and non-magical conservation organizations have revealed important insights into the relationship between magical and mundane ecosystem health. The discovery that magical jungle areas often serve as critical refuges for non-magical endangered species has led to increased cooperation between previously separate conservation efforts. These partnerships have also revealed that the health of magical ecosystems can serve as early warning indicators for environmental problems that will eventually affect larger geographical areas. The role of ancient protective magic in modern conservation efforts has become increasingly important as external pressures on jungle ecosystems intensify. Many of the oldest magical protections are still functioning, but they require ongoing maintenance and occasional updating to address new types of threats. The Ancient Protection Renewal Project works to identify and restore these historical defensive systems while adapting them to meet contemporary conservation needs. As you sit quietly in this elevated observatory, Watching the first light of dawn illuminate the vast expanse of magical jungle spreading in all directions around you, you become aware of both the incredible beauty of what exists today and the profound responsibility that comes with serving as stewards for future generations. The gentle sounds of the awakening forest, bird calls, rustling leaves, and the distant splash of a stream create a symphony that has remained unchanged for thousands of years, but may not survive another century without careful protection. The morning mist that rises from the canopy catches and reflects the early sunlight, creating a display of natural beauty that seems to embody the magic inherent in these ancient ecosystems. Each droplet of moisture carries within it the essence of the entire forest system, linking the individual trees, creatures, and magical phenomena into a single living whole that represents one of our world's most precious treasures. In this moment of quiet contemplation, surrounded by the legacy of countless generations of magical practitioners who have called these jungles home, you might find yourself reflecting on the profound questions that will shape the future of magical conservation. What responsibility do we bear to preserve these irreplaceable magical ecosystems for those who will come after us? How can we balance the legitimate needs of human progress with the protection of magical environments that can never be recreated once they are lost? And what new forms of cooperation between traditional wisdom and modern innovation might emerge to ensure that the ancient magic of the jungle continues to flourish in the centuries to come?